Good evening. On behalf of the Board of Education, I call to order this public budget hearing for Alamance Burlington Schools. Today is Monday, March the 24th. Special warm welcome to those here in attendance. I see community members, perhaps some students and ABSS staff. I believe I see Commissioner Priola and friends from the media. Thank you all for being here with us. This is an important opportunity for us as board members to hear from the community on funding priorities. Board members, you've had an opportunity to review the agenda. Is there a motion to approve at this time?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. At this time, before we move into our public comments portion, I invite Mr. Messer to the podium for a brief review of our recommended budget from administration and any comments from Dr. Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, good evening, and to our public members here as a part of our public hearing for today. A couple things I want to say. I don't want to take too much time. I want to make sure we allocate enough time to Mr. Messer and maybe even Mr. Hook on the capital side, and for those that would like to make comments this evening. But this budget process has, I believe, been some amazing work among our departments. Not just finance or even operations, but all across our departments. Our communication staff did an excellent job in preparing our request document and putting information out on the budget. So great work to them. I think this is my 9th budget recommendation that I have done in my career between my previous superintendency and this one. And I will say this has been the most difficult one, but I believe in looking at the work that we've done, the work that the board has done, the meetings I've had with our educators, this also is probably the most rewarding budget request that I've worked on, because it's had so many people take part in it, make suggestions, and outside of our school community, the public in general has been so excited for what the future of ABSS can look like. And they want bold leadership, and this board has certainly stepped up to that. I hope I have as well, and our staff. But I'm just really been excited about it. We've had a lot of media interest in this, and so I'm looking forward to hearing on our comments we're going to have in just a little bit from our public. This has been an open process. I think, I know we overused the word transparency, but it has been an open process. We have a web page you can go to on the ABSS site that will show you all of the financial documents we have. It has our checkbook register, for the lack of a better term. Every check sent from the school district, every report that's sent to the county commissioners. You can see on there anything you would like. Our audits are on there, and we're going to continue building that out. But before I hand the floor over to Mr. Messer, I want folks to remember we're really asking for 3 buckets of funding. One, on the operations side, as we've grown as a school district, as we've grown square footage, open new schools, we really haven't kept up on the funding needed to keep those schools maintained, to keep them clean, to keep everything down to the copiers running, whatever it may be on the operations side. The second is on our staff. I know we have a lot of them here this evening, but it's about being competitive and ensuring that both our classified and certified staff are paid at a market rate and paid really based on our, I hate to use the word competing, but our neighbors and our competing school districts. And so this is all about them as well. And then finally, of course, our facilities. And I know I've talked ad nauseum about that, but we do need renovated new facilities for our students to learn in, our staff to teach from and to work in. And so it is a big request, but we're doing some things different. Capital improvement plan. We're looking at the true capital needs of the district, not just next year or right now, but moving forward. And so there's a lot of planning involved in this budget as well. So all of that to say, thank you again, everyone. Thank you for the advocacy. Thank you for allowing us to get through this process. And here it is in front of you. And so I will hand over, pending any questions for me, I'll hand this over to Mr. Messer.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Not to let you sit through the same exact budget presentation that I did a couple of weeks ago. Dennis, if you can put up the summary page for me, that one there, yes. Just to remind you as to what the operating request in front of you is. This employee benefit costs, just remind you that we have very little information as to what those increases are going to cost, but some pretty good estimates as far as it relates to health insurance and retirement rates and those that go along with employment with the school district. Certified employee supplement, that is to restore a step that was frozen this current year and to add the additional step to kind of bring that up to speed. And also operating expenses covering increases in insurance and anything that deals with the operations, some financial services increases and those things that go along with that. Then certified staff additions, 1.25 million. That is 5 APs and 7 in instructional support positions. And that amount is based off average salaries for those positions. A classified employee supplement, which is a tier based off of experience with the school district, starting from 0 to 5 all the way to 25 plus years. And then I've talked numerous times about charter schools and making sure that request is included in our operating expense request to the county, which brings this expansion budget to $5.7 million. And if approved, will bring our funding to a little more than $59 million on the local current expense side. And I'll be glad to answer any questions before I hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Hook.
Any questions for Mr. Messer at this point from the board?
Thank you.
This time we will welcome Mr. Greg Hook to the podium for operations.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Fleming, during 2 prior board meetings, I presented the details of the proposed capital outlay plan and also the capital improvement plan. Tonight, I'm just going to show you the general categories that represent the projects and the dollar figures that I've spoken to here. You can see in this capital outlay plan, which is typically what I call PAYGO when I stand before you. We're presenting it in these 3 general categories: equipment, facilities, and vehicles. And hopefully the dollar figures in the facilities row for each of those years is indicative of the kind of things that Dr. Fleming had mentioned, that we sorely need to do lots of upkeep and R&R on our facilities. So you can see what we've tried to do is to level what we're asking for across these years to make the impact, I would say, the least difficult for the county as possible. And then on the next slide underneath, this is the capital improvement budget. As far as we know, ABSS has never presented a formal capital improvement plan to the county. It's taken other forms. When I first came, they had something they were calling the top 10 and the next 10. But this is more formalized, and it's very specific to the things that we think we need to prioritize. The top 2 rows are in line, and these dollar figures come directly from the study of HVAC and roof that was commissioned and paid for by the county. It was presented on February 5th, 2024 to County Commissioners meeting. So the dollar figures in roof replacement and HVAC replacement come directly from there. They presented it in a format there, the roofing engineer and the HVAC engineer, that was set up more like a top 20 or 21, and it didn't specify years. So what I've done is tried to break it apart into something manageable for the school system and for the county. So the roof replacements, the numbers there, I've leveled them the best I could, and I had to move some around. There were some in, maybe down in the second and third year that we know we have water coming in, that I moved to the first year and just kind of slid them around in their position to match the priority that we wanted to take them on in. And then for the HVAC replacements, what those numbers represent is complete R&R at a large high school in each of those first 4 years, Graham, Southern, Western, and then Eastern, along with some chiller and or boiler replacements in each of those years. We've also calculated a budget number to complete camera and keyless access systems at all of our schools. So the 1.750 in each of those first 2 years represents the dollar figure we think it would take to complete camera installation and key card installation at the schools. And then we, in year 3, picked up the remaining security vestibules that we haven't worked on in a couple of years. And then hopefully you can see across the bottom, we've leveled those dollar figures the best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Any questions for Mr. Hook at this point from board members? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
So, Mr. Hook, with this CIP plan, I know this is basically a plan that we're trying to put into place that would be our first time really having a capital improvement plan over a matter of years. Because I think before I used to always hear Dr. Thorpe, he would talk about our top 10, I want to say. And so this is something totally different from that top 10. This really puts a plan in place to tackle some of these things, correct?
Yes, sir. The way the study was conducted and reported back to the commissioners and then shared with us, the roofing study, they looked at every roof that we have, and they put a replacement year on every section of every roof of every campus in place for us. So it goes on out. Some of them you look and it's out at 2040 and beyond when that particular roof needs to be addressed. So we can do long-range planning in collaboration with the county for roofs. HVAC, what their study revealed was the age of every individual piece of equipment. Typically, we think about chillers and boilers. Those are the workhorses of the heating and or cooling system at a school. But the study reveals the age of individual components within the school, air handling units, and other types of things all throughout the school that you can't see. They're in the crawl space or in the attics or above the ceiling tiles.
And so I think you did state this, and basically what you're laying out in that capital improvement plan is based off of that list that was provided through there, because I went out and looked at that meeting and looked at the notes from it. I know for the roofs, they did like a top 22, and all of them was ABSS schools roof besides the county jail. And I think for the HVAC, everything was all of schools HVAC system. So your list that you're using and going by is based off of what was found through that study from REI and what was the other company?
Systems contract.
Yeah, through what they gave back as the information, correct?
Yes, and when they conducted the study, the county commissioners were looking at all schools and county-owned buildings to get a handle on what they needed as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hook.
Mr. Hooker, the one thing I want to ask you is, so you're talking about things that are a need, not a want, correct?
Yes, sir, we need all the things on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Engel?
And looking at this list, and I appreciate the way you've broken it out in terms of the amount of money we're spending each fiscal year, but we've got some old schools. And certainly there could be an emergency come up where one of these, say for 26, 27, a roof replacement may be needed to be done early. Would you say that's a fair assessment that could possibly happen during this time?
Yes, anything could happen with the age of our facilities. We try to set the priorities to match what we think would happen. But I mean, I would predict that through collaboration, if we had to reorganize the order of events with the commissioners, that would happen.
And the point that I'm trying to make here, well, a couple of them, we're trying to be good stewards, is one of the main things by spreading it out over a 5-year period, even though we've got some old buildings in this county with the school system.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Thank you.
And as a board, we will be discussing this obviously further in our business meeting, so certainly more questions may arise as we get into public comments. At this time, we will move into our public comment portion for the budget hearing. I will take just a quick opportunity to just remind individuals of our board policy. We have 9 speakers this evening and these speakers will be speaking in this meeting specific to the budget. You're welcome to come back and speak about other things at 6:30 or at the business meeting that follows. The timer will chime exactly after 3 minutes. Please plan accordingly. We do ask that you respect any additional directions given. We'll call you in the order that you were signed up. When your name is called, we ask that you make your way to the podium and that you state your name before you begin your comments. Profane language, making threats, or revealing confidential student or staff information is not allowed. And we do ask that you address the board as a whole and not the audience. And please understand that the board does not respond directly to public comments. As I noted, we have 9 speakers. I will do my best to get pronunciation correct. If I mispronounce your name, please let me know and accept my apologies in advance. Our first speaker is Paige Esteba. Close? How do you pronounce it?
It's Istabo.
Estebo. Paige Estebo, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paige Istabo, and I'm the librarian at both Western Middle and Western High School. I am here to talk to you tonight about restoring librarian positions that were cut last year. I have been the librarian at Western Middle School since 1990. Those 35 years have flown by. When I first started, I had a full-time assistant and no technology that I was responsible for maintaining. Over time, we gained technology, lost our assistants, and after COVID, became one-to-one. I stood before this board in 2021 and told you it was too much, that we could not effectively do our jobs without more help on the technology end. When we were told that half of the middle and high school positions were being cut, I was flabbergasted. Now I'm at 2 schools and responsible for doing my job as a librarian and managing their technology needs. Don't get me wrong, I have loved being at the high school. Working with high school kids is the bomb. But I'm responsible for more than 2,000 Chromebooks that are constantly breaking or freezing or needing some type of attention. And I'm only at each school 2 or 3 days a week. If a student has a Chromebook issue on a day I'm not there, they just have to wait until the next time I'm in the building. In addition, the end of the year is always a difficult time for librarians. We're trying to get in Chromebooks, assess them for damage, get in all our library books, complete year-end reports, and do all the other myriad things that closing a library for the year entails. I truly, honestly don't know how I could do that at 2 schools. When I asked a teacher at my school what she missed about not having me as a co-teacher or a full-time librarian, she commented on having me as a co-teacher for research, not teaching as many ELA classes, and that impact on children being able to check out books, and my encouraging students to read through book talks and book-centered lessons. I normally teach a number of lessons with inference skills and have been able to do only a little of that this year. Unfortunately, because I'm only at each school half-time, circulation has dropped close to half of what it was last year. Data shows that the more students read, the better their reading scores are. I am, and always will be, a librarian and teacher first. Our job as educators is to help our students become productive citizens of our country. Well-maintained libraries libraries are essential to that. And librarians that have the time to do their jobs teach research skills, digital citizenship skills, and encourage students to explore their own interests, thus becoming lifelong learners. Surely a goal to help our society prosper. As things stand now, we are doing a disservice to our students. I know money is tight, but I am asking, begging you to find the money to put a librarian back at every school so that we can serve our students and staff effectively.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Alvis.
Good evening, Board. I'm Robert Alvis, Social Studies teacher at Williams High School and president of the Alamance Burlington Association of Educators. I come here tonight as a fellow ally in support of public education and in the fight for what our public school students need. I come to thank the Board for the draft budget, for your ambition and your vision to ask for what students need and to not understate what it is that our students need. For those of you who read the Alamance News, you'll know that I wrote a letter to the editor recently where I had to disagree that the superintendent's budget request was eye-popping, because in my daily lived experience, the budget request comes as no surprise. There are many unmet needs in our school system, and I think that the draft budget is a step forward towards meeting those needs. So tonight we recruited several speakers to come out here and to speak to you, again, as fellow allies in the fight for public education and what our students need, because we need to illustrate what that experience is like, what this money is for and why it's important, what these positions are important for that were eliminated with the reduction in force that stand to be reinstated, as well as the classified pay supplement and why that's important. I distributed to you a copy of a petition that we circulated to public school workers here in the district. We collected over 300 signatures, more to come as well. And in my conversations with people across all different buildings and all different roles in our school system, I heard many stories. I heard of classified workers, many of whom have to work more than one job just to make ends meet. That pay is not a living wage. I heard of folks like Miss Yestabo, who's also here, who are stretched thin, and many others besides that you'll hear from as well. So I encourage you with this budget, again, to ask for what students need and to fight for that when it comes to restoring the positions cut by the reduction in force and the classified pay supplement. Two other things I'll add is that while I am encouraged by the classified pay supplement that is currently in the budget, I do ask that you examine two parts of that before you conclude the budget. And the first is that currently it lists district work experience rather than all relevant work experience or work experience in other districts. And what that could result in is it could undermine the incentive for people who are working classified positions in other counties to come and work for Alamance if it only rewards that experience that is in Alamance County. Secondly, is that the classified supplement increases by only $500 over 25 years. And thinking from someone with 0 years of experience to 25 years of experience, I would say that someone who shows that much commitment to the district should probably see a pay increase of greater than $500. I'm sure that you would agree with that as well. So I hope that you take these points into consideration as you prepare the final budget. I hope that you receive the words that we have tonight with open hearts and open minds, and that you join us in the fight to make sure that our children in Alamance Burlington school system get what they deserve, quality, excellent public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Regina Richardson.
Good evening, board members, community members, fellow educators. My name is Regina Richardson. I work at Williams High School as a mathematics teacher. I'm a proud Alamance Burlington Association of Educators Union member. I'm a proud teacher in the district as well. I've been working in Alamance County for nearly 4 years, and I'm here because students deserve to have a great public education, as I know you all will agree. I would like to ask for you, is to please support the pay supplement for the classified employees. I'm not a classified employee, but however, it does affect me as a staff member, as an educator, in our children in our community. So I'm going to ask that you engage in a little exercise with me. I'm going to ask that you close your eyes. I want you to feel safe, so you don't have to close them tightly. And I just want you to listen to my voice. Imagine a classroom, 32 students. It was 36, however, now it's 32 students. And every morning, one student comes in 30 minutes late every day. And this has happened for the past 3 years, different students. But one student comes in late every day, 30 minutes, into a Math 3 honors class. And imagine a teacher such as myself. When the student comes in, when the bell rings, I welcome the students. Imagine the student missing that. Imagine the student missing the conversation that I have at the beginning of class about mathematics, what the topic is going to mean to them for today. Imagine that. Imagine the student coming in after all this has transpired, sitting in a seat 35 minutes late, lost. Imagine this happening every day for over 2 months so far. And the student's angry at the teacher because he wants to learn. Because the beginning of the day, we tend to put the honors classes at the beginning of the day, right? And this is a motivated student. We want them to become a great community member. So now, with all that imagining, and you did an excellent job, the last thing I want you to imagine that was your kid every day. I ask that you support the budget and the proposal. Thank you. Have a great one.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lasagna Moffett.
Good evening, school board members. Good evening to the community. My name is Lasagna Moffett, and I am a social worker here at Walter Williams High School. I've been working at ABSS for a year and almost 6 months. I'm here because the students deserve a great public education. In January 2024, I was part of the reduction in force. I was called in and told that I would be out of a job in March. And shortly I found out that it wasn't just me, it was 6 other social workers that was going to be affected. I also found out that counselors at Walter Williams High School had got their positions cut from 12 months to 10 months. Our graduation coach position was cut. Our media center position was going to be split. But it was something that we all got through. But with that being said, ultimately it changed the impact of our students, and it changed them receiving the resources that they needed and for the high quality education. I saw during the beginning of the year how the counselors was overwhelmed because they didn't have those summertime hours to help schedule the students. It was just stressful, and it still is stressful now. So with that being said, I ask that you can try to restore some of those positions and some of those months back. I also ask that you grant the staff the classify supplement pay. I work with those staff every day. Our data manager, our front desk support staff, who is also a Hispanic Latino that also helps me with translating with students when families walk in. When I don't have that time to get the translator in. So I ask that those staff get their supplement pay. All of us staff work together collectively to meet the needs of the children that we serve. These experiences are why I and other Alamance Burlington Public School staff have signed this petition saying that we need a classified pay supplement and restoration for positions from last year. We ask that the district and our union collaborate on making that happen. We believe together, frontline staff and district officials can collaboratively solve problems to improve student outcomes and curb staff turnover crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christina West.
Good evening, members of the board. This is a new experience for me, but I'm glad that I was able to be here. I am Christina West, and I am an ABAE member, and I am an 8th grade science teacher at Turntine Middle School. I actually started in ABSS 8 years ago as a substitute, and this is year 4 for me full-time in my classroom. And I'm involved in our athletics department. I stand before you today because I believe that every child should have equal opportunity to be successful in school and to have that great school education. Unfortunately, there are some needs that are falling through the cracks right now that I have witnessed over the last couple of years. So I'm here to ask you to provide the classified employee supplements and to restore our lost positions so that we can help these employees, which play a very large and important part in our children's education. I invite you to step into a day in my classroom to see the impact that I see with the loss of some of these positions that we have. So I have 115 students on roster right now, and I have 40 athletes on my team, okay? And every day, 5 of those students are late on the same late bus, and that means they miss at least half of their intervention time. This is a great time for them to get the extra help they need, extra test practice, talk to their teachers for what they need, and they miss it every day. Also, out of my 115 students, I have 14 students that I closely monitor because of their attendance. They do not have a steady attendance rate. It's a struggle. In addition to that, I have every day in at least one class a student that's going to walk through my door that is not capable of learning that day. For whatever emotional, mental reason, they have brought something to school that is bigger than what they can handle. On top of that, I have 6 students that I worry they're questionable, possibly illegal or explicit things happening outside of school. So we closely watch them and take care of them, are open for them to talk to us. This is very, very hard to integrate into all the other things that I do on a daily basis. And I share this with you because I'm a woman who wears many hats. I love the hats that I wear. I love my job. But there are times and circumstances and positions that I do not have that training. I don't have that time. I don't have those resources that are reduced, the reduction in force positions cut. My kids ask for smart passes to go see an assistant principal or a counselor or a social worker, and those smart passes aren't answered. They've stopped asking. They ask the teachers for what they can, we do what we can, and then we have to go about our day. Bringing our counselors back, bringing our AP back, bringing our social worker back full time puts us in a position that those needs can be met. So I urge you with great, great urgency and with all of my heart to please fund these requests that ABAE has made so that we can give all of our children our best option and our best opportunity to be successful in our classrooms. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phyllis Crisp.
Greetings. My name is Phyllis Crisp, and I work at Grove Park Elementary as an EC teacher assistant. I am in a ACC class, which is an adapted curriculum classroom. I am a proud Alamance Burlington Association of Educators union member. I have been working in public education for 25 plus years, with 7 of those years being here in Alamance County. I also want to give a side note. I am a alumni from Alamance County. My children are also. And I am here because our students deserve a great public education. I choose to work in the EC classroom because I truly love this student population, and not everyone is built or understands how unique these students are. These students are very capable of learning the same things as their general ed peers. This position takes a lot of mental, physical, and emotional effort on the part of the individuals who work with them. This requires those individuals to teach students social skills, verbal skills, or alternative ways of expressing themselves, along with much needed life skills. Many teacher assistants choose not to work in this position because they can work in a general ed classroom for the same pay. I am devoted and dedicated to the needs of my students. I feel that this is not just my job, it is my calling. It saddens me to come to the end of each month and still find it difficult to make ends meet. The district made the call for ABSS employees to consider becoming a bus driver, so I answered the call. Now, after my duties as a teacher assistant, I also do 4 bus routes to assist me in making my ends meet. This is why I and my fellow colleagues need a classified supplement. These experiences are why I and other Alamance-Burlington Public School staff have signed on to this petition, saying that we need a classified pay supplement and a restoration of positions from last year. We ask that the district and our union collaborate on making this happen. We believe that together, frontline staff and district officials can collaboratively solve problems to improve student outcomes and curb the staff turnover crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy Lampson.
Hello, my name is Wendy Lampson. I've been teaching with ABSS for 16 years now, 14 years at Graham High School, and 2 years, this is my second year at Southeast High School. I have a 16-year-old at Williams High School, and I have an 11-year-old at Elon Elementary. First, I want to thank you for including a supplement for classified staff in your budget request. These positions are absolutely vital, and when they go unfilled, the strain is felt across our schools. Our classified staff keep our schools running. They drive our buses, prepare and serve meals, answer phones, and greet families in the front office, clean our buildings, and provide crucial support in countless ways. When these positions remain vacant, the burden falls on already overworked staff, making it harder to provide the safe, supportive learning environment our students deserve. Thank you for also requesting to restore funding for many of the positions that were cut last year. These cuts have had a significant impact across our district. At my school alone, we lost a full-time testing coordinator, media specialist, social worker, graduation coach, and academic instructional specialist, positions that were absolutely essential. Our administration at Southeast is incredible. They have absorbed many of these responsibilities, and they have kept a lot of it from touching the teachers, and I am so thankful for that. But they can only do so much. If we continue asking them to take on more, how long can we expect them to stay? It's not sustainable, and it's not right. One responsibility our administration has had to assume is that of the testing coordinator, and that's the one that I'm just going to focus on with the time that I have. This is a full-time job requiring careful planning to coordinate testing locations, materials, and proctor training while ensuring legal compliance with student accommodations. The testing coordinator must be present throughout every session, covering major exams like EOCs, access testing, ACT, pre-ACT, and work keys. At the high school level, testing alone spans multiple weeks each year. When an administrator takes on this role, they are pulled away from essential duties, classroom observations, managing discipline referrals, meeting with parents, and so much more. I don't know how our administrators manage it all without having secret clones of themselves, but I do know our principal is always at school, early in the morning and late at night. And the testing coordinator is just one of these positions. Though a part-time hire mid-year has helped, the remaining vacancies continue to stretch our school's leadership thin. I truly appreciate that you recognize this need and have included these positions in your budget request. I urge our county commissioners to listen and take action. And I urge teachers, staff, students, and parents to share their voices as well, because these positions are not extras, they are essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tasha Miles.
Good evening. I am Tasha Miles. I am the Guidance Secretary at Southeast Alamance High School. Good afternoon, Dr. Fleeman, Chairwoman Graves, and school board members. I am also an ESP representative with ABAE. I want to first thank you for taking the time to look over our salaries. I'm standing here today to make sure you all understand and know that me and my counterparts wear a lot of hats in the district. Some of the duties we do at times are the following: a backup nurse, for example, medical assistant, social and emotional support for students, covering the front office, and a backup data manager. We know that things have to be done. The concern is we are not often given information or guidance on how to do things, or when if something is new, it just gets thrown to us and we have to find out information on our own. We have 3 new guidance secretaries, and thank goodness we're all able to help each other maneuver in our jobs, but we need better support. Don't get me wrong, our lead is the best, but she can't do but so much. I felt that I needed to come and speak to you all and let you know that we are doing what needs to be done, but help our lead get us some training and more support so that we can be the best we can be. I spoke with other people in different positions. I spoke with a social worker, and they wanted to let you know that you all need to consider a lead social worker for the district. They, as social workers, are trained with certain ethics and skills, and you must understand that if we have a lead nurse, how come we can't get a lead social worker? The current lead is amazing, but it's not fair to her. This is from a nurse. The nurse says it's not fair for them to be split between schools because a lot of our schools have high need students, and some staffs are not capable of assisting students. You can train our staff all day. Trust me, all day you can train them. Some of our staff is still not comfortable in doing it. We also have to remember that our nurses are licensed by the state, and if their license is jeopardized because of a mistake, it falls back on that nurse. Last but not least, another person that I spoke with states that the classified employees are the backbone of the district. We support teachers, students, and administrators daily. We ask for your continued support and understanding of our needs, especially regarding fair wages, adequate resources, and/or professional development. We often feel underappreciated and undervalued. We're asking because some families are functioning on one income. Our salaries should help combat inflation and the rising cost of living. We also have some dedicated ABSS employees that have been here for many years and would like to continue working in the district. We have considerably low wages compared to surrounding areas. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Medora Burke-Skoll.
Good evening, folks. First off, I want to thank you, Dr. Fleeman and board, for creating an environment within ABSS that makes it possible for us to ask our staff to stand up in support of public education and speak out about what our schools need in a place that feels supportive, in a place that feels welcome, and in a place that feels like they're not jeopardizing their jobs. I serve on the NCAE council, and I talk to a lot of other people in a lot of other school districts, and ABSS is, we're not alone in that, but we certainly are in the top tier in terms of places where staff can gather and have these conversations about what's best for our schools and students in an environment that is free from concern about whether or not we get to still have a job here tomorrow. So thank you for making that feel safe. Tonight I just want to talk a little bit about the librarian at my school, Mr. Melchor. Mr. Melchor has benefited from being split between 2 schools in that the man is shrinking because he is running up and down the hill from Woodlawn to Eastern multiple times a day, every day, to try to make sure that kids have Chromebooks, kids have chargers, kids can check out library materials. But he is, he's worn out. Every time I see him, he's just like, I don't know if I could keep doing this, Burke Skoll. And he's an asset. He's a treasure. He is an outstanding librarian, and I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose any of our librarians, but they are worn out. Having them try to tackle 2 schools at a time is just unsustainable. I was listening to Mrs. Richardson talk about her math class at Williams, and I had my eyes closed, and I was imagining that was my student. I don't have to imagine very hard because I teach a first period biology course, which is a state-tested EOC subject, and I have 6 kids that come in half an hour late every day because of busing issues. So I know that story well, and I know the frustration that our kids face daily. Multiple of those students have IEPs or 504s. They're federally protected learners who are not getting the services that they deserve because we can't hire bus drivers. This supplement that you've put in the budget goes a long way, and I hope you support it. But I would say that the increments of $100 for every 5 years commitment in our district does feel woefully inadequate. I do appreciate it that it made the budget proposal. It hasn't done that before, but I would ask you to think about years of service in other districts. If we want to fill these positions, we need to, like, our pay is lower than the districts around us. So if our pay is lower, our supplement can't be. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker this evening is LaVon Barnes.
All right, good evening. My name is LaVon Barnes. I live in Mebane. First off, I want to thank you for the job that you do. School boards are the most local and important elections that we have, and you're also the most underappreciated. You have been entrusted with our future, and in a lot of ways, our children's future, and in a lot of ways, their futures are either strengthened or altered by the decisions you make at this dais. I am a father of a future ABS student. I'm a 20-plus year educator in public schools. I'm a fighter for all children and educators, and I'm an ally to ABAE. I'm an ally to our classified folks. I know what I'm talking about, and I've worked in many different states. Here's what I can tell you. The stories that you heard today, real life stories, do not have a dollar amount in value. And I think y'all need to keep that in mind. So I'm asking you, while the budget is the budget and it's the toughest time of the year for school board, I want you to go back and ask for more money. You need to ask for more money because as a coach, some of y'all may relate to this, it feels like year after year, we are playing behind. We are constantly begging for more money when we should never have to beg for more money for our future. I know regardless of whether this budget gets passed by your county commissioners, educators are going to continue to do more with less and less because we are called to the work. However, at some point, and I think this point is right now, it's public schools, all public schools, but especially here at ABSS, they're going to experience less teachers, less bus drivers and mechanics, less cafeteria workers, and most importantly, less students, because when you are not treated like a professional, folks will take their talents elsewhere. It's hard enough to live off what the state considers enough to be a fair wage, but put yourself in the position of someone who has spent 2 decades working in a position in which they fed a couple of generations of your children, and in some cases even you, and they can only get $500 more. I'm asking you, because your fight that you take from here goes to the county commissioners. Now, some of them may be your friends, some of them may be not, but at some point in time, I couldn't consider somebody a friend if they look at you and they look at our future as less or a dollar sign amount when you just heard real life stories about what we do every single day. So I consider you, I ask you and encourage you to go back and ask for more because you know you need more. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Fleming would like to make a point of clarification really quick.
Yeah, I just want to let the board know and those in the audience, there's been some questions on the classified supplement. That is for your state service, not just ABSS service. So it was calculated based on all of your years within the state retirement system.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. On behalf of the board, I just want to say thank you to those that showed up this evening, those that spoke up, and those that are here with their presence, as well as those that we've heard through emails and phone calls in regards to funding, in regards to our budget. I think to echo some of the speakers and some of the conversations we've had, it's hard to put a dollar sign on a child. And sometimes we focus so much on the dollars and cents, and we have to. But I look at it as their investments in our students. And it's, I don't ever want us to forget those faces behind those dollars. We do invite you to stay for our regular monthly business meeting that will follow. We will take a brief recess, if that's agreeable with the board, and then we'll come back for our business meeting. If there's no further business in regards to the budget, is there a motion to adjourn at this time?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 6-0. We will take a brief recess, 10 minutes, 5 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll be back. Good evening. On behalf of the Board of Education, I call to order the monthly business meeting for the Alamance Burlington Board of Education. Today is Monday, March the 24th. Warm welcome to those here with us this evening in the auditorium, as well as those watching online. Special welcome to ABSS staff and students, our friends from the media, Commissioners Thompson, Commissioner Priola, the Honorable Judge Turner, former commissioner. It's good to see you as well this evening.
Say Your Honor.
Your Honor, yeah. And of course, our friends from the media as well. Board members, before we start, before I turn over to Vice Chairman for the Pledge of Allegiance and the moment of silence, if you're an ABSS student, would you stand? Just one? So, Miss Lilith, I'm going to ask you to come forward and have Dan or Mr. Engel join you out front and lead us in our moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance.
Look at there.
Little speaks a whole lot. Matter of fact, we're gonna put her on the payroll.
All right. Please stand up for a moment of silence.
Thank you. Please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance this time. Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Lila. Thank you, Mr. Engel. It'd be nice to do that one month and have 15 or 20 stand up. Board members, you've had an opportunity to review the agenda. Is there a motion to approve at this time?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Board members, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes from our 2 February meetings. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Board members, there are 3 items on our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Any discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. At this time, we will move into conversations for the vacant board seat under Board of Education business. A special thank you on behalf of the board to 16 individuals in this community that have expressed interest in the vacant board seat. They will serve, he or she will serve in the seat until next November, so it'll be about a year and a half. And is that right? About a year and a half? 20 months. Is that right? 20 months. So we're excited. We have 16 individuals, several of who I see here with us this evening. Board members, I will open the floor for conversations. We've had an opportunity to initially review the candidates, and we'll kind of take it from there to see what comes next.
Yep, so echoing the same sentiments as Chair Ellington Graves, thank you to the people who sent in their letters of interest. I mean, we have a wide range of folks who sent in letters of interest, from educators to higher ed folks, parents, people in real estate, but people who truly expressed a care and a feeling about public education and about our next generation and our educators. So thank you for submitting in those letters of interest to us. I'll state similar to what I stated last time. I think possibly if we're looking at a next step forward is to go by what we had done previously as a board, when they actually allow for those people who submitted in those letters of interest to have a moment at a board meeting to actually come up and express from the podium why they submitted in that letter of interest and why they would want to get appointed to our actual board, if others are feeling that same way. But I think that would be good, and also that gets a moment for our public and ourselves to actually hear the people speak more than just seeing them from paperwork.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Comments, questions?
So I think that sounds great. Were you thinking at the next meeting, which I think is a work session, or the next evening meeting where we have more people watching? I don't know. I don't have a strong feeling as far as.
First of all, I do want to say thank you to those of you who did send in your letters of interest. Knowing that you care enough to want to take that seat, it makes a difference. It's not easy sitting up here making decisions, so that says a lot to know that someone else would say, hey, I want to do what's best for our children in ABSS. For me, I do think, and this is totally up to Sandy and, Dan and them, I think that we should do work session and then have them come back to our April meeting, for finals or, that's just what I think.
So just for clarification, so you would invite folks to speak at the work session and then maybe vote at the evening meeting? Is that, or okay.
Yes, just for clarification, we would have people come and speak at the work session and then we could vote at the evening meeting in April.
Okay. And just to clarify, sweet Miss Harvey, we're all going to make the decision, not just me and Dan. We have no power over here on this end.
You're right.
It's all of
Let me
us.
just clarify. We're all going to make that decision, so I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea because we all do have a vote in how this works.
So thank you for those comments. As far as inviting people to the work session, that would be a 12:30 daytime meeting, and I'm not sure about employment conflicts. I don't know if that's something to take into consideration.
I think we should look forward to the next work session, to the next Board of Education meeting, to have your comments come up and meet us, because the community also needs to meet you and see you. Tonight's not the best time for you to speak because the community wants to know who you are, because you're serving that community. So we shouldn't make a quick decision here tonight, but I think we can make an educated decision, understand who you are and what you want to provide to this community. Because, folks, I'm telling you what, this is a great opportunity for you who wants to serve. This community has an opportunity to be great, not just average. And you can be part of that. I encourage those online today who are not listening to me, who are not signed up, get involved. Be part of this process. Be part of the community who serves you better. But I do think we should wait down the road a little bit just to, kick that can a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Ms.
Is
Harvey?
it possible to have a special called meeting instead of them having to come and speak at the work session, which is at 12:30?
That is up to the pleasure of the board. If you wanted to have a meeting.
Well, I think the last process we had folks come speak at the evening meeting, correct? Last process, I think we should replicate that.
Okay. So do you want, go ahead, Ms. Harvey?
So if they come and speak at the next board meeting, when would we, at the evening meeting, which would be in April, would they come back in May for us to make a decision? Or I'm just trying to understand the time frame in between.
I was just going to say, this is just my thought, I'm not against a special call meeting for them to come in. That be what the meeting is about, giving them just that opportunity to to speak. I do think about, similar to what Sandy said with that 12:30 meeting time, with folks having to work it out, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people probably already talked to their employers about putting in their name, but still that is something to get used to. So So if we did do it in that evening on the, I guess it's around like April the 24th, 25th, somewhere?
28th. It'd be April the
okay.
28th.
And so
Yes, sir.
then possibly at that May work session could be a decision made, and then you maybe could look at the person at that May evening meeting having like their swearing in go on, because I think even if we even do a special call meeting sometime before, sometime between that our work session or after that work session before that board meeting, you're still going to have, I think we still would need to do their swearing in at an evening meeting. So.
Yeah, I personally, just as an individual board member, think as much as we can do at evening meetings, it allows everybody the opportunity, including our staff, our teachers, an opportunity to either be here with us or to tune in. And it also gives an opportunity. I think we posted on Friday, late Friday, whenever the deadline passed, but that will allow some public consumption too. Last time we had all of them come, all that chose to. I think we had one maybe that chose not, that we didn't hear from, but all of them came. Do you want to invite them all back at this point? And do
Concur with that, yes. I would.
okay. And do that at the April 28th meeting, or do a special called meeting? Do the work. Were you talking? Oh,
So a question with the attorney, is there a protocol in place how we treat this?
no, sir. Adam, you want to chime
Yeah,
in on
no,
that?
other than the fact that it needs to be done in open session, there's no other guidance other than that the board shall fill the seat. So special meeting, regular meeting, daytime, nighttime, legally, all of that is acceptable, but I certainly think you all are wrestling with important considerations.
Just one follow-up question for Mr. Mitchell, since we started this. So it's a little bit different than a normal personnel, hiring situation. So, if a board member, can you remind us of the rules? If a board member wanted to talk to one of the people who put their name forward, is that okay? Or does it need to come through, like a meeting as far as the communication? Any rules there?
I would discourage individual conversations. I can't say that it's prohibited by law, but I think in the spirit of open meetings and fairness, my recommendation would be that all communication occur in the context of a publicly noticed meeting.
Yes, sir.
I think we're on the right track. They speak at the next nightly meeting. Why don't we just go ahead and determine if we can take a vote that night? Once they finish speaking, we go ahead and take a vote. If we don't do that, then we have recommendations and take whoever the two majorities are, or the three that gets votes, and then we make a decision at the next meeting to expedite matters.
Yes, Ms. Harvey. You're still thinking, Ms. Dr. Parker?
Well, I'm certainly open to that. I mean, sometimes, like I say, I'm 15 minutes smarter, but I think if there's a consensus, especially immediately after they speak, we could go ahead and take a vote. Yeah. And really, I was, as far as the question of Mr. Mitchell, I was just going to warn potential board members I'm very difficult to work with, especially in closed session. And so I'm saying that publicly now.
I'm not saying I concur with that, but
individually
it's
talking to people. So.
Charles, the good news is, the good
Charles
news
has
is,
run off all 16 candidates.
the good news is all this has to be done in open session, so that you won't have to worry about that there, Dr. Parker.
Just so.
So would we invite all 16, or would we narrow it down?
That is up to the pleasure of the board.
My vote is to invite all 16. If one of them decide they do not want to come, then I consider then they don't want to be considered. But I would invite all 16 because all 16 have showed interest. And I'm not going to sit here and say right now we need to whittle any of them down, because the last time y'all invited everyone to come up and speak at that time. So I think we just follow that same thing.
Okay.
I agree with Mr. Rogers on that point, and I think we should give every applicant the 3 minutes they have to speak to the board.
Okay. Sounds like, yes, sir, Dr. Parker?
So one process note, I know that we had discussed starting the meetings earlier. I guess this would be the 6 o'clock, we could almost kick off and directly go into comments from board candidates.
Yes, sir. All right, so it sounds like we have perhaps a consensus of the board to invite all 16 applicants to come share 3 minutes of introducing themselves to give us an opportunity to get to know them at the April 28th board meeting. And then the board may or may not take a vote at that meeting, just depending on, but certainly that opportunity is there if it's the consensus of the board at that time. Does that sound agreeable?
Yep, that sounds fine with me.
All right.
Madam Chairman, I've got a
Oh, yes,
couple
Dr.
clarifying questions here.
Yes, sir.
So April 28th, 6 p.m., all board members will be invited to speak for 3 minutes. Again, just for some housekeeping items, would you like the board member candidates to speak prior to open public comments or after?
Remind me, board, but I think last time we had a section specifically for the Board of Education candidates, so we heard them all consecutively.
Yeah.
And for the purposes of organizing the swearing in, because we will need to get a judge, elected official, and I don't know, maybe some cake and punch or something, but if you vote on the 28th or the 13th, either one, would the swearing in still be at 6 p.m. on May 27th?
I'm going to say yes, if that's agreeable with the board.
That's
Yeah.
a great day. That's
Yeah.
my birthday.
There you go.
And we shall
Yeah,
have
I say-
cake or cupcakes.
Well, we definitely have to have
for-
cake then.
Yeah, I say yes. And then on the other thing too, about the public comments or the board, the potential people, going back to that agenda, I just pulled it up. The public comments actually happened before the board vacancy. So can possibly do it like that, have the public comments, and then, because I mean, the public can go out there and see who the folks are and everything, so then they possibly might want to chime in before anyone gets up and speaks.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And point of order, we've got some potential candidates here tonight. I don't have a problem with them speaking their 3 minutes tonight. I think they can, but Attorney, what do you say?
So obviously anybody can speak in public comment. I think to the extent that you want to have a uniform process, I think all candidates should come at the same time and speak for 3 minutes. Again, if a candidate wants to get up today and say whatever he or she wants to say, by all means, I think they should be allowed to do so, but I wouldn't substitute that for the official addresses.
I think for continuity reasons, the last opportunity we had this, I think every candidate came on the same night, spoke at the same night. So I do think that's the best process moving forward.
And I just concur with Avery. I just think we continue on that process of what was established before.
And for the general public, we got some great candidates coming up. It's going to be a tough decision. I mean, some very good candidates.
All right, so it sounds like it is the unanimous pleasure of the board that all 16 of these candidates will be contacted. They will be invited to come out and speak for 3 minutes, introduce themselves. It will follow the public comments portion. So there will be a separate section specifically under Board of Education business, and then we'll go from there. All right, sounds good. At this time, I will open the floor back up for public comments. We have 2 speakers this evening. As we move into the public comments portion of our meeting, I take a quick opportunity to briefly review our board policy, section 2310, titled Public Participation at Board Meetings. You can find the full policy online at the ABSS website. Per policy, you may sign up to speak for 3 minutes. The timer will chime after exactly 3 minutes. We do ask that you plan accordingly and respect any additional directions given. Profanity, making threats, or revealing confidential student or personnel information will not be allowed. To our speakers, we ask that you address the members of the boards with your comment and not the audience. To our board members, please remember that we do not respond directly to speakers except to request clarification of points made by the speaker. And to members of our audience, we ask that you refrain from clapping, snapping, or vocalizing at any time during public comments. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium, state your full name before beginning your comments. And again, we have two speakers, and our first one is Al Seagraves.
I'm Coach Al Seagraves. Monday, October 2nd, 2023, my grandson was a 12-year-old sixth grader, Turntine Middle School. 3 male students attacked him in the boys' bathroom. They pulled his pants down to his ankles and exposed his lower
Madam
body.
Chair.
Mr. Seagraves,
Yes.
just a moment, please.
Mr. Seagraves, the chair just indicated that we're not going to be talking about confidential student information in public session. So if you wish to, you can get in touch with the superintendent's office and we can find a time for you to address the board in closed session about that.
I figured this would happen. What confidential? I'm not naming any names.
You identified your grandson.
Well, I'll leave him out of it then. I will not state who it was. But I would like to continue so I can inform the board and the public. I will not put, I'll have a, can I say, kinship.
You can address matters that are not related. Can you please stay at the I'm on a microphone. Okay. Can you please remove yourself back to the podium, please? Thank you.
If I can hear you, I'm 72 years old and I don't hear too
So, Mr. Seagraves, the point is that student-specific information is not to be discussed in open session. If you wish to make general comments about your impressions of what's happening in schools, that's fine. If you wish to talk about specific student incidents, then the board can hear those and consider those in closed session.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Can we
That should not be used against Mr. Seagraves' time. So if we can go back, that would be
We're
appropriate.
going to restart your timer if you want
You got 3 minutes, Coach.
Lord have mercy. Okay. I thank you very much. And again, this isn't personal, okay, at all. Things have occurred on my watch. I was a coach, okay, substitute teacher at a middle school, and I observed several things. And as an employee of ABSS at the time, it was my duty. It was a mandatory requirement for me to express to superiors, administrators, any sexual harassment that took place at the school. I was notified back in when these incidents occurred. So I met with principals of the middle school, all the way up to the superintendent, his assistant superintendents, and as well as his Title IX coordinator. So I followed the rules that are written in board policy. It was not I, okay, who sat back idly. I did my job. It was that simple. Now, I'll get into, next time I speak, I want to talk about my termination. I would assume I'm allowed to do that. I'm really disappointed, to be honest with you, because I went right through the chain of command, right up the line. And the entire time, all the way through to the Title IX coordinator, I was denied, okay? And things were sat on. So I had no alternative, except for one, is to contact, okay, the Department of Education, the Office of Civil Rights, Title IX, and to bring to their attention the things that were going on in this district and how I was treated and how other students had been treated. And they took the case, and the case is still under investigation. I'm not here to discuss the case. They're going to make a final decision based on what everyone up the line did or did not do. Did they follow the rules and regulations? Did they follow the policies that were set by this board? Okay, and I'm disappointed I had to come to this,
Thank you, Mr. Seagraves.
but it did.
Our next speaker is Brandy Whitaker.
Good evening. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm going to keep it short, which is a change of pace for me. I just want to address one item in the budget. It wasn't discussed tonight. It's PRC 868. It's the $3,825 reduction to zero, listed as pre-K. It's just listed under pre-K education, basically. My question is that is that a supplement that we have in the past as a county or as a board paid out of the county funds, since the North Carolina General Assembly excludes our pre-K teachers when making supplements at the state level? This has been something that I've talked about to this board, before. I've had 2 children who have gone through our NC pre-K education program. Fabulous experiences, both at Smith and Hillcrest. So we have, a lot of different perspective. We had a lot of different demographics in those 2 programs. They were both in integrated classrooms. So for people who don't know, NC Pre-K tries to cater to students with disabilities first. A lot of those students are placed so that they get that extra year. As a parent, sorry, this always happens when we talk about our kids. So I have one child who is on a 504 for medical disability. I also have a child who is now on an IEP and med plan. Those classrooms were instrumental. The biggest question I have is, what happens to those teachers if they don't get these supplements? What happens if your budget doesn't allow for that funding? Do we lose them? Specifically at Smith, we have a team there that is phenomenal, who honestly have pushed out students for the last 20 years and who have made empathetic humans. My biggest question is, what is that line item? And what are we going to do for those teachers? I'm going to come and talk about this every year until we make sure that those teachers are taken care of, because they deserve it.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
Thank you, Brandy.
That concludes our public comments portion of our meeting. Thank you to the speakers who were here with us this evening. At this time, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Messer for continued budget conversations.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. If you could, Dennis, bring up the summary page again. Yes, thank you. So I want to piggyback on what Dr. Fleming said earlier. I'm a creature of habit, but yes, the classified supplement is for all public school service within the state that transfers. We originally put that budget together only to reward ABSS service time, but the calculation in front of you is for all state public school state public school service. Just to piggyback on what he said. So again, it's $5.7 million is the ask for the increase in local current expense, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. regarding that. Any additional questions?
I have a quick question. Can you tell us a little more about line item 868 for the pre-K, that 3825?
Sure. So, in doing my reviews of prior budgets, that dollar amount there hadn't been used for the last 3 or 4 years. It's just been carried forward. But to reiterate, those supplements that are paid to pre-K are paid out of Fund 8, which aligns with where pre-K money is spent from. Funds such as additional interest income go to pay those types of expenses. So to answer your question, it was just, those are paid out of Fund 8, not Fund 2.
Okay.
So that's the reason why you see the elimination of that line item.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Messer. Board members, questions on the expansion piece of the budget? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
All right, so Mr. Messner, I think I asked you this similar question last meeting. So our total request for this expansion is the 5.7 million.
That's correct.
And so looking back at last year's request, we requested 10.3 million last year, and I want to say we received from the county commissioners. They could not fund the whole request, but they did fund partial of our request, and I want to say they funded around about 4.8 million. Am I correct with that?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so our request this year is lower than what our request was last year, because I think our request, like I said, was the $10 million, would have put us around, I want to say around like the 59 million, but it would have even been a little bit more than what this 5.7 is doing this year. Am I correct in that?
Correct. Yes.
All right. So we are hitting a lot of the big needs. I mean, thank you for clarifying on the classified employees, on the years of service. Thank you for that. And then also on Chair Ellington's Graves question around the pre-K, because I was going to have the similar question to that after what Ms. Whitaker had said about is that supplement, because I know that always comes up because which I don't understand why the state doesn't include them in that, which I feel like our state should include them in that, because there are an actual person who is working in our classroom with our students in early childhood education is a great start to people's education, and children who get that show what they become as students and what they become as citizens also by getting their early childhood. So also just one other clarifying question. With this, with the classified employee supplement, I know you said there are some other counties who do it. Do you know of any of the other counties who do it that are in close proximity with us? Because I'm thinking about the competition piece of the other counties as far as school districts, but then also we know Buc-ee's is going to end up coming here in 2027, I think is when they're going to start. So that's going to be another competitor. I mean, right now, if you just think about Alamance County, some of our top employers are ABSS, LabCorp, Honda, and then soon some of them folks are going to be working at that Toyota plant that's right across the county line. So we're trying to compete with all of those things also, not just other school districts, but what other school districts maybe around us that are also doing something similar or that you know of might be discussing it? Because I know you spoke something previously about that regional meeting that you were a part of.
Yeah, so Chatham County has one, Orange County has one, Wake has one, Chapel Hill Carborough has one, Lee County has a small one, Moore County has. All those are in our region when we come to meet. I'm not sure if Harnett has one. Harnett didn't have one. Guilford has one. Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a few around here that have classified supplements. Mm-hmm.
So
and they vary from different. Some are percentage based, some are flat. So it kind of varies from district to district.
So thank you for providing that information, because I wanted to put out there to show that doing this, we're wanting to show our employees that we care about the jobs that they do. Because like a lot of people said, and I think one of our folks who spoke tonight said, those classified employees are basically like the backbone of a school and what support services they do. I mean, they are our bus drivers, and we know how we're fighting to get more bus drivers and trying to do that. So I just wanted that stated out because of the fact I feel like that classified employee, I feel like everything that we're laying out there are important, but I wanted to talk about them classified employee supplement because I wanted it to be understood that also that's another way of us trying to compete and making our school district appealing to people to come and work for us.
Yeah, it's impacting all of our classified positions. I know bus drivers was spoke about earlier. Even our school treasurers, we have some vacancies now, but the applicants come and they always turn the job down because of the pay. So that's just one of many different examples that we're facing.
Any other questions on the expansion budget piece for Mr. Messer? Dr. Parker?
So unfortunately, I'm going to ask you to kind of go through each. I know we've discussed each of these in detail, and just very, very briefly, for the folks watching this for the budget part, if you could just say, kind of what each of these lines are. So the employee benefit cost increase is what, health insurance and retirement, or
health insurance, retirement, and anticipation of up to a 4% raise for classified, and any kind of our teacher supplement or certified supplement is based off a percentage of pay. So if their pay increases, so does the supplement piece of it. So you have to kind of take that into consideration as well. The certified employee supplement, that's part of that. It's just making that supplement whole because this past year it was frozen to the 23-24 scale. Operating expenses includes a utility increase. It has a 3% increase plus a 2% to cover what we anticipate to being the overage of this year. Property insurance increase, workers' comp, contracted services for maintenance and custodial services, and a financial software upgrade beginning planning part of that, which comes to a total of $850,000. Then certified staff additions made up between instructional support staff and some assistant principal positions. Classified employee supplement, which we just spoke about. And then the charter school, right now we're budgeting around 10.5% or so. That number fluctuates from month to month. Charter schools get a certain percentage of what we ask for. And then the total request, including the charter school piece of it, is $5.7 million.
So as far as the certified employee supplement, a couple of years ago, we were in the 10th as far as the school systems. So if we approve this and essentially do 2 years worth, a best guess of where we would end up as far as 20th, 25th, I don't know, something like that, or.
Yeah, and regionally is right.
That was going to be my follow-up question for the counties you can drive to easily.
Sure.
That are the strongest competitors
And
for us.
The point I want to make is, folks, our recruitment is the counties that touch us. It's Chatham County, who's in the south. You know what that's growing like. You know what Guilford's doing. You know what Orange County's doing. It's the counties that touch us. It's not the counties that look like us every single day. It's not Davidson County. And I love Davidson County. Heck, I love Knoxville. It's a great place. But I can tell you what we're competing with is the counties that touch us, period.
To Madam Chairman, to follow up with Dr. Parker's comment, I do believe ABSS is competitive to rural counties. Going back to the Davidsons and the Davies and all, we can compete at that level, but that's not where we're losing individuals. So I think that was a good point. But to go back, it's region where we're hurting, not so much statewide. And so you're right. We've got to compare ourselves to a Guilford or to an Orange, not to a county of similar size that's an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours away. So I did want to clarify that. I do think we're doing pretty well statewide. It's our region where we've got to try to catch up.
Sure. Our region has 8 of the top 10 supplements in the state outside of Buncombe and Dare, Buncombe County and Dare County.
And isn't one of those in our region, are they still number one?
Chapel Hill Carborough.
Well, I wasn't going to say it out loud.
Orange County's not far behind.
Yeah, that's correct.
But to the point is, I think that's an important piece of the puzzle. I remember when my older kids were little kids in elementary school, and the PTAs were, rallying at school board meetings. We were number 27 in the state. So we've come a long way. I think we were as high as 13 at one point, and then we've dropped back a little bit. But, I think that's one piece of the puzzle that.
Yeah, I can speak firsthand since I'm coming from Chatham. Last year, with the current budget year they're in, they made a significant push to be in the top 3 in the state, and they made a significant push on the certified supplement scale. So, that's what you're competing with.
Got it. So I'll just make a couple of comments and correct me if I say something that's not correct. So as far as the expansion request, so the charter schools is just pass-through funding to the school, so we don't really see that. The employee benefits is really driven by what the state does.
State mandated.
The state mandated. The supplement is market-driven.
Mm-hmm.
Operating expense is actual expected expense. And then I know I keep asking about estimates of electricity usage because of all the dehumidifiers. Then the certified staff additions and classified. So I'll just make a note that I know that for our last budget, there were a number of positions, so APs and instructional support, so nurses and counselors and that kind of thing, that we removed a lot of folks from. And, the thing is that on some level, there are things you can kind of handle for a year, and then we'll look across the school system and say, okay, we really need to add another AP at this school, or we really need to, if we look at the nurses, we're sharing nurses between these schools and these schools. This school really needs to have their own nurse. So we're not fully, my understanding, adding back all the positions that were, I don't think anyone was riffed. People were moved from one place to another. We're not adding back in all of those, but we're trying to find areas where it has the greatest need, is my understanding. Is that a correct characterization? I'm kind of looking at Dr. Fleming as far as the...
Yeah, I think you explained it real well. When you look at the 1.25 number there, that does not necessarily take care of every single position that was cut. And there's two reasons for that. One, we want to take a look at the positions that were cut and see where we need them. We've been able to we have now rolled out one position to every one of the comprehensive high schools. We're going to kind of work our way down the list there, hopefully. I know you've heard a lot about the media coordinators and all that. The second reason for that is because we don't want to go to the commissioners with, and I know someone would say, well, that's a large request. We don't want to go to the commissioners with this huge request when we think maybe there's one or two positions that we can fund either out of existing local dollars or we can fund out of state money. We don't want to, what is it, if you aim for the moon or aim for the star, or whatever the quote is, I forgot now. But anyway, we don't want to do that. What we want to be able to do is try to, in many ways, help our local request by finding places to put some of these positions. So if it is the media coordinators, maybe we're able to find some ways to pay that locally and cut some other areas, pay for that out of state money and cut some other areas to be able to do that instead of just going to the commissioners with our hand out. And I don't know that we have said that enough. I think maybe there is a belief that we just came up with this arbitrary number that we're going to the commissioners with. We probably could have doubled that if we added in curriculum requests and some other things, but we really want to go with a bare bones number of here's where we need help. And we want to be able to help them. We don't want to just go with this large number and say, fund it, and what we don't get, what we get, we'll do something with. This is a number that I feel like we had to peel down some and try to help ourselves a little without having to ask for help. And so going back again, Dr. Parker did a very good job in explaining that 1.25 will not take care of every cut, but it sure will get us pretty far down the road where maybe we can try to go and pick up some things as we found some efficiency and some savings.
God, I appreciate that, and I understand that most people have been in a company that's downsized or something like that, and you look at everything you're doing and you say, okay, well, maybe no one reads this report, or I can delegate this to the floor or the trash can or whatever. And then I think, because things start happening and then no one has really taken a look at it in a while. But I think we've had a year of some of that. And again, I think some of the positions that are being added back, I know everyone likes to talk about nurses, but that's one of the things I think about, a lot. So anyway, then the classified employee supplement. So we don't have any supplement at all at this point? Is that?
That's correct, for classified
Correct.
employees.
So this is just
correct.
a small addition as far as number of years of service, and I understand, it's not that many hundreds of dollars, for each, or it's like $100 every 5 years, I think. But, one thing I was going to say about this is, and this is for the folks listening who think, well, it's just an expense. The thing is, there's you learn this in like your intermediate microeconomics class. There's something known as an efficiency wage, right? So it's not the market clearing wage; it's slightly above that. So if the state says the price for this is X, even small supplements can do a lot to do things like reduce turnover. And it's not just the money; they feel a little bit valued, but reducing turnover a little bit. There's a real cost to turnover, and if every year all the TAs turn over, or the bus driver turnover is historic as far as per year. I think if you look at the big picture as far as the cost, there's I'm very happy to support this. Of course, you wish it could be more, but I think it makes a lot of sense from the standpoint of helping to retain some of the classified employees, because I know anyone who's managed people, training a new employee, even for something very straightforward, it's not a joke, and it's a big use of time. So anyway, I'm in support of the budget as presented, and just wanted to make a couple comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board that we do not have our state allotments yet for next year, so we're still kind of, I don't want to say flying blind, but it's still up in the air. at this
Best
moment.
guess, I think is what you said. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Engel?
And one of the things that we've discussed here that is extremely important, it's not about statewide, it's about region. And the competition, I know a teacher that was offered 6% more to go to Orange County, and they've been driving less miles from Alamance County. And we've got teachers that are doing that already. They're driving further than that, going to Orange County and Chatham County. I see all the heads going up, these teachers out here. They know where we have lost, and they don't just pick out anybody. They go after the good teachers and take great teachers away from us. I've seen it time and again. Back in 2005, we raised a supplement because it got down. I was county commissioner at that time, and we couldn't compete dollar for dollar with Chatham or Chapel Hill Carborough, but we needed to get it up to where people would think twice before they took off and moved, and that's what we did. So we need to keep that in mind. It's regional, and it's what we're competing on a regional basis with these other counties.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Dr. Fleming, did you want to?
Well, it was more just a comment, probably going even back to Dr. Parker, Dr. Parker's comment. When we lose someone, there is a true cost, because what we have to remember is when we get a beginning teacher, we spend thousands of dollars to train them for their first, second, and third year of teaching. When I won't say a district's name, but it might rhyme with Chapel Hill or Wake or wherever, one, they are economically better off than we are, and they don't have the expense to train those teachers because they're getting them in their fourth and fifth and 9 years. And so there is a true expense that people don't realize, and this is one of the things I really want to share with commissioners when I present this, is the reason why that supplement is so important is retention, and there is a recruitment piece, but it's retention piece. And we don't have to bear the cost of training new teachers every year. So, if we train you this year and you leave, the person we replace you with is probably a beginning teacher or a lateral entry teacher, and we have to train them, then they leave. Where in the bigger, I'll use the word richer counties, they're getting teachers that's been through that training. and so they don't have that expense, there is a real cost to retention and turnover. And so I appreciate Dr. Parker making that point, but it goes beyond the cost of just the supplement.
It's
Yes, Mr. Engel.
It's just like police officers. You lose that experience when they leave, and you just got to start right over again, retraining and preparing for the kids. And it's a shame. It really is.
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
I was just going to say to Dr. Fleming, I appreciate you explaining out that piece. Also, Dr. Parker, you doing your Dr. Parker way of explaining out stuff. I appreciate that because it is that pieces of the retention. It's not just the recruitment, it is the retention piece. And that can't get lost when we're talking about this, because I know recently just was announced on all of our various Teachers of the Year across our system. And we'll put that out there, and then like you said, some of these other counties will look at that and they'll be like, hey, those are the people they want to try to target. They just want to try to target any one of our teachers and everything, because I feel like once you've been here in ABSS and you done got that training, you done went through this, they want to pull you right over to their county. So that retention piece is very big. And then also, Dr. Fleming, thank you for the explanation around the fact of how you and staff work to get to this number, that it's not just a random number just pulled out, and it's not even asking for all of the positions back, like you said, on those additions. Is giving us a starting point. But then also, I know previously I'd asked Mr. Messner when we first started having this discussion how he got from, I think it was the employee benefit costs, how you got that down, and you explained out the fact that you were able to move some of those things over to state dollars or other funding sources that was out there. So it does show the fact that yourself and the finance area, other cabinet members, and Dr. Fleming, y'all are working to make sure that this request is truly getting to what is needed and is hitting us with a real need. Because last year, sitting in the budget meetings when we had to start talking about cutting positions and the reduction in force, and receiving emails from our employees who's trying to explain to you the worth of their position, that was hard to go through, because all of those people are worth their positions. All of those things that we've not had this school year. If you visit our schools and you go in there and talk to our educators, who some of them spoke tonight, or talk to the administrators in the schools, they'll tell you how not having that guidance counselor, not having that teacher assistant, not having that social worker or that media coordinator, how they are not there, and what is getting lost in that and not having that. So I just wanted to make the comment of the fact that we are making the request that has been put out there. I'm glad y'all explained out how you got to it and let it be known that it was not just this number where we're out here trying to ask for like spinners on our buses or something. I mean, yeah, but it's a real thing.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Anything else from the board on the expansion request? If not, can you go to page 10? Oh, sorry, Dennis. Yes, sir. To the bottom, please, sir. I mean, that whole page is important, but the bottom is what I really wanted to draw attention to, and that was the percentage of the budget. If you look at the certified employee supplement, and then you go down and look at the other instructional support or the non-instructional support, that's the classified employees. Correct, Mr. Messer?
That's correct.
That's over 30% in just people. And then you add school building administration on it, and that number continues to grow. And then when you look at maintenance and utilities, that's almost 30%. I think it's like 29%, 28% just in our buildings. And that's just in our operational piece from local dollars. So I think that's important for people to realize. And, Tamika and I, Dr. Fleming, were at a conference this weekend, and one of the messages that we consistently heard regardless of which state these folks were from, was number one and number two expenditures, and that's your people and your facilities. And we want to talk about test grades and proficiency. We've got to have the right people in our buildings to make that happen. And money is not everything, but it certainly will help get us the best people. And I think that's what our students deserve. So I just wanted to draw attention to this. I know y'all are going to look at all the pages, but this snapshot I think is pretty powerful in some ways.
Yeah, I do want to speak on the non-instructional support piece of it. The majority of that money is a contracted service for custodial. What we've done is did our best to mitigate any kind of workers' comp expense that we would have to try to move people to state. So if we do have a mitigating injury, the state will pick up the workers' comp piece and we won't be responsible for it. So I will say that. So that's a large part of that. And it's also including the supplement that is in the proposed budget. So.
What is, I have two other questions, and Dr. Fleming pointed out that Central Services Administration, that line item is only 3.4%. I think that's kind of impressive for the whole budget. What is other categories, that 12 million? What are some of the things that fall into that?
Like cultural arts, at-risk student services. If you'll go to the previous page, keep one more, this detailed here. It's all the other items that are not included in the percentage. I mean, co-curricular activities, your human resources, dollar amounts. Those are just combined to add all other services.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? I think I would echo the sentiment from our board members that this particular budget has more detail, and just very useful, very diligent detail. That gives, for me anyway, gives me a clarity of where these numbers are coming from.
Sure. Like I said when I first started, you're welcome. The disconnect as to how we have to approve a budget required by the state compared to how we manage our money is totally different. Because we manage our money by program, not by purpose. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. Anything else before we shift gears from Mr. Messer? Are we shifting back over to Mr. Hook? If there are questions for Mr. Hook. And is there something else you wanted to add, Mr. Messer?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Are we going to ask for approval now or at the end?
Are there any questions for Mr. Hook?
I don't have any questions about the capital.
Any comments for about capital?
Mr. Messer,
for Mr. Hook. I don't have any questions necessarily. Thank you, Mr. Messer. Sure. Okay. I don't have any questions necessarily for Mr. Hook, but I think I have worried him to death about, with lots of questions about, when you look at that CIP plan, a lot of the initial feedback that I've gotten from the community, and probably some of you have gotten the same, is that's a big number in that capital improvement plan. And during my time on the board, I think you're welcome to go to the podium. I'm sorry, you keep looking at me. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hook, but we just go to the commissioners whenever we needed capital money. Like we would just go sporadically as things come up and that kind of thing. And the intention of this is to be more methodical, to forecast and plan and make it more of a bite-size financial piece when we're identifying funding sources.
Yes. So I've been in this position 2 years, and the way that I've had to request funds is very haphazard. It's when we need something, we go, and I was even counseled at a commissioner meeting by a former commissioner that we should bring our capital improvement needs during budget season so that they could appropriately budget. So the capital improvement plan syncs our needs and helps us to plan, but it also helps the county and county commissioners to be able to plan to meet our needs. They're responsible for the upkeep and replacement of things related to facilities. So I think it's important that, and it's a big step forward, that now we're using a capital improvement plan. This is what all of the counties do. They don't work from a top 10 and a next 10. They work from a capital improvement plan. And we can go out even further. This is 5 years. I mean, we could go out 7. The roof study funded by the commissioners and the HVAC study would allow you to go out 10, 20 years. So you could see that. Like I've said several times, my intent is to level the spending so it doesn't shock anyone. I understand that it's shocking, but the way we have worked in the past, and my predecessor and his predecessors before worked in the same way. When you need something, you go, or just patch it and keep going. So one of the things that comes to mind when we look at these numbers here, for instance, the HVAC replacements for $4,820 in 25-26. What that includes, it includes replacing all of the HVAC equipment at Graham High School, and it's all over 30 years old. It's 32 years old. We wouldn't use that at our homes. We would have replaced it. So if we don't replace it, we'll continue exhausting our capital outlay funds, replacing items as they break, or fighting mold or humidity issues. That's what's going to happen. It will never stop. The other things that are in that $4,820,000 are replacing 2 chillers that are over 30 years old. The Sylvan chiller, and that's what cools the whole school, with the exception of a few newer classrooms, and the Hall River Elementary chiller. They're over 30 years old. They're identical chillers. The Sylvan chiller, we're going to be going into cooling season. It's running on 3 compressors out of 4. It's not worth fixing that 4th compressor. We think it'll make water cold enough to do the job, but if one of the other compressors goes down, then we need a chiller. But we need a chiller anyway. So everything in that $4,820,000 is over 30 years old, probably all 32 years old, and it's eating money because we have to go and fix it and fix it and fix it, and that causes, it's a self-perpetuating situation. As we pour money into things that need to be replaced, we're pulling it out of capital outlay. More specifically, we're pulling it from contingency funds in capital outlay, or we're canceling projects that I've indicated we need to do in capital outlay to fund these things. The same thing is true in all those other years with HVAC. You go to the next year, $4,875,000, you're talking about replacing all of the HVAC equipment at Southern High School, over 30 years old, and a couple of chillers, over 30 years old, and so on down the line. So that's what that indicates. The same is with the roof replacements. All the roofs that are in that list across the top, they're over 30 years old. They're beyond their useful life. So we're taking funds from capital outlay to continue to patch those. And we've been very successful with roofs and HVAC in working with the commissioners in the past couple of years. And this will help us to continue that progress so that we don't get into that situation. If you go back to the joint meeting when I showed headlines from Wake County and Guilford County where they were having to close schools and do remote learning because HVAC components had failed, mainly chillers and boilers, and children were having to work from home. We don't want to be in that situation, and this capital improvement plan keeps us ahead of that game. Things can always break, and they will break, so we can't make guarantees, but this will make it less likely.
And one of the other questions I had for Mr. Hook today was, how much square footage do we have? How many buildings do we have? And, I think it was 3.7 million square feet. 41,000 of that was mobile units. But I think one of the things that he shared that was eye-opening for me, and I graduated from Southern, but, Southern's campus has 17 separate buildings, 188,000 square feet. So, when I put my realtor hat on and I'm thinking, okay, the median square footage for a house is about 1,800 over the last 365 days it sold in this county, that's 104 houses. You know, and I mean, to put that in perspective from a square footage, now you've got, you know, Williams, Southeast, Cummins are bigger, but they're kind of encapsulated into one building. So I think that was just, there were some points I just wanted when I was looking through the numbers, is I just really wanted the public to be aware is, you know, we did the bond referendum in 2018. Mr. Engel was a big part of that. It touched 8 schools and built us a new high school. And the 8 schools that it touched, we're very thankful for, but it touched those in part, not in entirety. And if you've got a campus like Southern High School, that's 17 buildings, that's 17 roofs, that's 17 at least HVAC systems. I mean, so there's a lot, and I just thought that would help kind of put things in perspective, because I've had a lot of questions about specifically the CIP budget and the numbers, and I just wanted the public to understand, because until I got in this board seat, I didn't understand that either. So I just thought that would be something. It was just nice. When back in 2018, when you were doing the bond, you know, when you and Cindy were traveling around, I was on a PTA, and they made presentations, and I think the average age of our buildings in 2018 was about 56 years. That was 7 years ago. So we've made a lot of progress, particularly under your leadership. But I think we have a lot to go, and I think this is a manageable plan for all of us, I think.
I'd like to highlight it.
Absolutely.
Some of these schools that, in fact, in the first 4 years, we're talking about the major HVAC renovations are at Graham, Southern, Western, and Eastern. Those are right from the top 22 or 21 HVAC needs from the county commissioner's study. The dollar figure that was indicated for Graham High was 5.7, Southern High 5, Western High 5.7, and Eastern High 5.7. We did back in, I think it was March of ~24, we were able to work with the county and take some remaining bond funds. I think it was a little over 19, near to $20 million, and take on facets of those 4 schools, and that's what does push these numbers down. So at that time, we were able to, with the help of the county, put $1.7 million at Graham, 1.7 at Southern, 1.7 at Eastern, and 1.7 at Western to replace the rooftop units on buildings A, B, C, and D at each of those 4 campuses. That put a dent, but when you think along the lines you just mentioned, you have maybe 17 buildings at Southern High. We put money towards 4 of them. So all the rest of that equipment is aged and needs to be looked at.
Thank you, Mr. Huck. Mr. Engel?
You know, Madam Chair, we only passed 2 parts of that, the 2 bonds that was placed before the people that year, and that was the ABSS bond and the ACC bond. The 3rd part that was voted on came close to passing. Had it passed, we wouldn't be having a lot of these conversations right now, and that was that quarter-cent sales tax, the 3rd part. Tremendous amount of money it'd be generating.
Mr. Hook, as we continue to upgrade our chiller units and our HVAC, do you understand what the cost savings are? We understand we've got 32-year units. That's expensive to maintain. If we replace those updated units, they're more expensive to replace. We understand that. What type of cost savings, just a ballpark percentage-wise, we expect per month? Do you know?
I couldn't put a number with that, but I know that newer units are more efficient, so we would come out better with efficiency of electricity use. Also, as we upgrade systems to systems that are able to provide dehumidification, then we'd be turning off dehumidifiers. That's something Mr. Parker has mentioned, and then also our repair costs. So, as you're able to replace some of these things, then we'd be able to direct money to its intended purposes in the capital outlay plan, but also work on expanding what we're able to do in the capital outlay plan, because the money's not usurped by this older equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Rogers?
So I was just going to circle back to something that you had said, Chair Ellington Graves, about the CIP plan. And I think it comes back to what we dealt with before last school year around the mold issue. And of course, people don't want to talk about that, but I mean, it was a whole thing, and we still have seen other districts that had to deal with that. So, and one of the things I had gathered from talking to a lot of parents, educators, students even, is about the fact of getting to a point of a district that is not always just being reactive and trying to be proactive to something. So, so I know, like what you said, Mr. Hook, some of our HVAC units, some of our roofs are really old, but laying out an actual plan to do the upgrades and to do what needs to happen with the roofs and the HVAC systems and other things, it starts to get us in that mode of being more proactive in what we're doing going forward, and not just waiting till something like that happens to then try to decide on how can we get there, how can we do this. This actually lays out a plan that you will be able and will be able to continue to work with our county on things going forward. Is that correct on looking at this capital improvement plan? It just really puts us in a more proactive type of space to catch up on things?
Yes, it is. It will allow us to collaboratively behave in a more orderly and systematic manner around what we need to do and planning on where to get the funds, and then getting the funds into place. You know, when I reflect on the top 10 that was in place when I arrived, and the next 10, everything on the top 10 is either complete or in play now. We're working on them, and we're maybe 4 deep on the next 10 list. But when you look at the amount of funding that was there's a great deal of funding around that, and I don't know that. I mean, I think when you look at this, you haven't seen this before, and you say, "Wow, that's a lot of money," but I don't think it's that much different than the funding that was on the table or has been put on the table to address the roofs and the different things that were part of the top 10 and next 10. But when you look at it, it just looks big.
Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Dr. Parker?
I have a combo question comment I'm going to kind of do in my own rambling way. So everybody is here trying to improve education and test scores for students and that kind of thing. And it seems like it's a little bit far afield to say, well, you know, an average HVAC chiller has a life 20, 25, maybe 30 years. We have some that are 32 years. And I'm tempted to say, just because if you know how old my vehicles are, I drive them until they literally stop working. I mean, there's paint peeling off the front of a minivan. And, you know, the question is, why can't you do that with the school? You know, it's a little bit different. So let's say a chiller fails, right? And we get an estimate, and he says, well, he's dead, Jim, and there's not fixing it, we have to replace it. If we have the money and everything is already lined up, it takes at least 8 weeks to get a contract in place. If it were a new need, you know, you would talk to the board, you know, the capital planning, commissioners approve it, make another loop. Okay, so if you have a chiller fail, you know, as let's say in April, you're going to go into taking, you know, your Math 1 EOG where effectively somebody's breathing on you, where it's not going to be your best work, and there's no fix. You know, there's no way to get it here sooner. And some of the preventative maintenance is, you know, is kind of taking a holistic look at improving education. And whereas it might seem like this is, you know, far afield, it's actually really important that, you know, you can't just get a chiller from China in the same way you can go to Lowe's and get a window unit for your bedroom because your main AC is out for a while. There's a large process, and some of the preventative maintenance is, you know, to manage that in advance. People say 32-year-old chiller, it makes me twitch a little bit more than usual because, you know, that's really, really borrowed time. It's not just borrowed time. And that's really that's my comment, and if I said anything that was not correct, please let me know.
Mr. Hook, can you remind us or share with us the lead time on the chillers right now?
It's been 30 weeks for us, for the current ones we're working on.
So maybe not the next year. You get it approved, and then, you know, you don't have it. So
Mr. Hook, the object is to become more proactive than reactive, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Hook or Mr. Messer? Hearing none, I think there is a desire from the administration for us to vote on this budget so that we could potentially pass this and stay within compliance of the budget timeline that our commissioner partners have asked us to observe, and that's a March 31st submission. Is there an intent of anyone to entertain a motion at this point?
Motion to approve as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Any other conversation or discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the budget as presented this evening signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Happy to report the budget is approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Messer, Mr. Hook, Dr. Fleming, and those who worked on putting this together. Really appreciate that. All righty, and I believe, Mr. Hook, you're up again for 3 operation contracts for approval. Oh, yes, Mr. Wagner? Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Fleming, I have 2 items, and our Executive Technology Director, Dennis Fry, has the 3rd item for you tonight. The first item I have for you is an amendment to an existing design and construction administration contract at Western Alamance High School. The value of this amendment is $57,340. The reason that we need to do this amendment, we had to add 2 additional roof sectors at Western High School in the roof design, and also we had to pick up some windows where there was some connection between the roof design and the windows that exist. We did something similar at Eastern High School a few weeks back. This project is supposed to go out and be published for bids on April the 3rd, but this amendment would be paid for by bond funds. It would cover the cost of the design work and also the additional cost of the construction administration provided by REI Engineers.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Any questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
And so, Mr. Hook, I know you stated that we did a similar thing with Eastern, similar to Western, and I know Eastern, Western, Graham, Southern, all of them have that same Florida-style design of schools. Is that part of the reason why we're seeing something similar like that, because of the design of the school?
No, not necessarily. At Western High is a little different. Each of them is a little different. But at Western High, some recent roof work was done. I'll say in the most recent 10 years in the gym area where the arts are. So some sectors of that were not done in the recent 10 years. We had to go back and add them. We essentially didn't put them into the design request, so we had to pick them up, else they were not going to be done, and then we'd end up with problems. So that is what happened there. But at several places, when the roof design is putting roofing material up where the bottom of some windows are, you need to change some windows and do some design around that so that you fix that problem going into the project. So that's what that includes.
All right. Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hook.
The next item I have for you is a roofing contract for Owens Roofing. This is for complete roof replacement at Eastern Alamance High School, exclusive of the new additions there. The value of the contract is $3,121,739. These are using county bond funds.
Questions or comments for Mr. Hook?
Motion approved.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you. This time I will welcome our Executive Director of Technology, Mr. Dennis Fry to the podium.
Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Fleming, I am here to seek board approval for the renewal of our wide area network contract. This contract has been approved by our board attorney. We went through an RFP process and had competitive bidding. The funding source for this is E-rate, USAC, and a portion from the state of North Carolina. It's not any money directly involved from our local budget. We have still, regardless of that, been able to reduce the contract for our main line from $700 a month to $625, and for each of our school and other building connections from $455 per month to $345 per month. So I'm seeking your approval for this renewal contract. And this will be Spectrum. They are our incumbent service provider now, and they provided the best response in our RFP.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Questions, comments?
When you say when, it's what normal humans would understand services as far as this is that correct?
Not quite. In your home, there's a connection that you make to your service provider. This is that connection to the service provider. Our internet connection is provided by MCNC, so this is not it's not providing the direct internet service, but the connection from all of our schools back to our internet service provider that we connect to here in this building.
Any other questions? Yes, sir. No questions? Is it the pleasure of the board for someone to entertain a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Fry. This time we will move into board and superintendent comments. I will open the floor to Dr. Fleming, and then we'll work our way through the podium. Through the board members, sorry.
No, you're good. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I hope March is going well for each of you. Tonight is all about our annual budget request, and I want to thank everyone who participated in our public hearing. I want to thank our finance, operations, communications team, really all of our team members for preparing the budget documents this evening. Congratulations to the Western Alamance and Southeast Alamance girls basketball teams for winning their respective state championships. Absolutely. This is an exciting time for women's sports in ABSS, and we're excited to stand alongside them and celebrate. And we need to probably plan a greater celebration for them in an upcoming board meeting. As we know, school safety is paramount to what we do. We've been in conversations with Bus Patrol regarding stop arm violations and cameras on all of our school buses. We've had some productive conversations with them. I'm very familiar with Bus Patrol from my previous work prior coming to ABSS, but I did want to let the board know that we'll be bringing them to an upcoming board meeting. In fact, I confirmed just a few hours ago it will be our April work session coming up in a couple weeks. And they will discuss what they do and how they can protect our students from the minute we pick them up in the morning until we drop them off in the afternoon. And so we will have representatives from Bus Patrol coming in April, and I think you'll enjoy their presentation. April's shaping up to be a very busy month. We'll make sure to keep you all informed on these upcoming events, but we have All-County Chorus, the Enroll, Employee and Enlist Fair, Special Olympics, and our Teacher of the Year celebration is coming up just after April, the first week of May. As a reminder, spring break is April 12th through 21. That's a time we are all looking forward to. Also, I have shared a graduation attendance spreadsheet with all of you. You should have received that over email. If you plan on attending any graduation exercises in June, I put a little toggle, a yes or no toggle. If you will do that, please do that as soon as you can. I believe we may already have sizes for graduation apparel, but I do want to make sure we know to count on you or not for each of the exercises, and I do want to let everyone know on Friday, the 3 on Friday are basically all at the same time. So you can't be at Williams, Elon, and Greensboro at the same time. So I just want to make sure, in case someone's like, I'm going to them all. If you figure out a way to attend them all, let me know. Congratulations to our Dr. Davis. She recently graduated from the Aspiring School Superintendents Program from North Carolina Superintendents Association, and so congratulations to her on that. Yep. Our next meeting will be our April 8th work session at 12:30 p.m. And Madam Chair, pending any questions, that concludes my comments for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Any questions for Dr. Fleming? All right, who wants to jump next? Okay, Mr. Engel.
Dr. Fleming stole my thunder, but that's okay. About the girls' basketball. But I can add to it. Not only did Western Alamance win the 3A state, and Southeast Alamance win the 2A state, two of the young ladies, one from each team, is up for Player of the Year in the state. And it is Allie Sykes with Western Alamance High School and Shania Paler with Southeast Alamance High School. You may vote for them. Go to highschoolot.com. You can vote once a day. So let's get our girls, let's get one of them the Player of the Year for the high school basketball. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Ms. Harvey?
First of all, good evening, everyone. I do want to piggyback off of Dr. Fleming and off of Dan. So shout out to those ladies for working hard, not giving up, persevering, because that's what it takes to push through, even when you don't know what it's going to be like on the outside, even when you don't know what the next move is going to be. And to win those championships had to be amazing. I've never been a sports player, so shout out to them for doing that. Thank you to the community. Thank you to the speakers tonight for coming out and speaking. I just want you to know that we're listening, that we hear you and we understand. Don't think for 1 second that because we're sitting up here that we're not listening. We are listening to you, and we appreciate you coming out. Thank you to Lilith, who I spoke with, and she did not know that she was going to be saying anything tonight. I said, Lilith, are you speaking? And she said, no, I don't have anything to say tonight. And then she absolutely got up here and did her best. So Lilith, thank you for always showing up. It makes a difference, and it shows us how much you care. And we just can't wait until one of these seats is yours up here one day, because we know that's what it's going to be. I just want to say, I could have sent this email, but I didn't. So to Greg Hook, to Tony Messner, thank you so much for all that you do. Sandy and I and Dr. Fleming was out of town this weekend, and you just learn to appreciate so many people so much more. And I just appreciate all that you and the people under you do to kind of keep us going. I can't imagine what it's like to make a budget. I can't imagine what it's like to make that CIP plan, but to know that you guys are working hard just to get us ahead. And I just want to say I appreciate all that you do. I appreciate all that each one of you do here at Central Office. I could never forget our teachers and our staff at each and every school here in ABSS. You do a lot, and it takes a lot to do what you do. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I would never forget our students who show up every day, even when it's hard and even when they don't want to, they still show up every day to get the job done. So shout out to each and every one of you. Thank you guys for all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Dr. Parker?
So I'll echo what my board colleagues and superintendent said as far as congratulations, and just add that congrats to all the students who made All-State Band for 2025. That is super tough, and a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Rogers?
Yep. So thank you to everyone who came out and spoke this evening during the public hearing and during public comments. Always thankful for our students who are in the classrooms working hard every day, our educators that are in there with them, and all of our support staff. Thank you to our cabinet. during this time of budget season. Always is a lot of things, always is a lot of stress in that time. And Dr. Fleming, for y'all's work with that. Like I said, sitting at the meetings last year, I'm pretty sure for a lot of us, that was just hard meetings to sit through, hard meetings to try to discuss. And so now to see where we're at and where we're going to be going as a district forward, gives a lot of hope and ambition for what ABSS is and what it's going to be. Thankful for all of the people who sent in their letters of interest for the board seat. I hope whoever we choose, I hope you don't have a problem sitting between me and Dr. Parker up here.
You get to adjourn quickly, right?
Yeah, I mean, I say it has its moments of good times, but most of those good times are really when you get to visit the schools. So that's one of the things I wanted to also talk about is recently I got to visit Mr. Robert Alvis's class over at Williams and talk to his classroom about what it is to be an actual school board member, what it was like running as a school board member, but then also giving an opportunity for those students to just talk to me about what is student life for them. And I asked all of them a question about what do you feel like can make your actual student experience a lot better here in ABSS, and just listening to what they had to say. I feel like student advocacy is very important, and we need to embolden and empower our students to advocate for themselves. Also went to the Reality of Money event at Southeast Alamance. I know Mr. Messner, you was there. Emily Lynn, you were there. Dr. Fleming, multiple staff members of ABSS was there, and just community members volunteering. I had a role as the last person talking to our students, so I was their next payday. And with this event, they would be handed a page and was told what their occupation was, if they were married, if they had kids and all of that. So they had to go around to various places that us as adults have to deal with all the time: insurance, childcare, housing.
Real expensive, yes. It does.
Yes, groceries. And it was always funny when they would come to me and talking with them about how do they feel about that experience. And one young lady, she told me that the people over when she was trying to buy a car, they were very pushy. They kept talking to her about her credit score, and she was like, I don't want to get this car. She was like, those people are pushy. I was like, yeah, just imagine when you're out there really trying to buy a car. One young man, he came up and he was like, he said, I didn't realize that it cost this much to have these kids. He was like, he talking about these kids are expensive. I was like, yeah. I said, now thank your mom and dad, because y'all be killing snacks. I know my nephew, who is 17 years old, you give him a family size of Oreos, within 2 days, they're gone. I'm like, what happened to him? But then there was this one young lady, she was so funny to me because she came up and I was like, how did you feel about the experience? She was like, I'm gonna get a divorce. And so I was like, why are you gonna get a divorce? She was like, I had to buy him a car. Like she's talking about what my house had to look like, all of that stuff. And I told her this, I said, now I don't know if you're old enough or you need to go back and watch, but watch the Martin show. There was a guy on there named Otis, and he said, it's cheaper to keep her. So remember that, it is cheaper to keep her. But I feel like those type of events are great for our students to see. And I've sent a message to Mr. Yarborough, Ms. Toms over there, and state employees folks. I would love to see that in all of our high schools, for all of our students to go through that, because a lot of them said they learned a lot from that, and it made them feel a different type of way about things, because one of them came up and actually had a teacher on there. And so then she said, I'm turning to my teachers right now and saying, y'all need to get paid more. So I think they even saw that too. And then I get to do the South Graham Career Day. I actually went to South Graham, so that's pretty cool. And then I'm on the board for the Alamance Partnership for Children. The Day of the Child event, I want to announce that out. That is going to be on April the 26th at the partnership. And they said they're looking for volunteers. So anybody who wants to volunteer for that event or just take the kids out to that event. I talked about early childhood development before and learning. And the Partnership for Children does a great job with that. So I just wanted to shout them out on that. And also shout out to the Cummings High School girls track team, those who competed at the Nationals. We actually got All-Americans from Cummings High School. And so just grateful for what they continue to do as a track program, because they are nationally known as a track program. So that's great. And I mean, everybody's congratulated all the folks, so I'm not going to throw any more out there.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't know what to
Rogers.
say, guys. I mean, Madam Chair, can I switch chairs so he can move here the next time around? Thank you, Cindy. Folks, I'll tell you what, it's truly an honor to be sitting in this seat, to serve this board, this community, these kids, these teachers, this staff. It's an honor to be here. I promise you, this Board of Education is here to serve us for the next 4 years moving forward. We're going to set policies that help us to grow along with this board. I promise you that. I want to thank our county commissioners for being here. What you do for us is imperative to the success of Alamance going forward, not just today, but tomorrow and years forward. Folks, we have a great opportunity to be best, not just average, but best. If we don't strive to be the best, we're striving to be average. And that's not our jobs. That's not our jobs here at the Board of Education. That's not your jobs as a board here. That's your jobs as teachers and our parents. We will be the best in North Carolina if we strive to be there. Trust us, believe in us, work with our county commissioners, work with our board here. We will be the best in the state of North Carolina at some point in time. I can assure you that one. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. You know, the budget request each year is always challenging. You know, we sit and we try to identify the priorities, and, you know, there's no one position that's more important than another. There's no school building that's more important than another. And, you know, we're trying to maximize every dollar for student outcomes, and spend wisely and be fiscally responsible. And it seems like the needs constantly continue to outpace kind of the funding opportunity. And as a board member, I believe it's our responsibility to advocate for our schools. And that's making the community aware of what we need to provide for the best educational outcomes. I want to see people come to that podium and celebrate the proficiency in our schools, in our reading, and our math scores, in A, B's, and C schools. I'd love to have all A schools. You know, I don't want a low-performing list. And I feel like that means that until, I mentioned earlier about the number one expenditure, regardless of where the school district is people. And until we can put the best and the brightest in front of the classroom and then support the people, the backbone of the district, that allow those teachers to do what they do every day, that's when we set our students up for the full potential of their success. So for me, it's not about the numbers. It's a hard ask. It's a big ask. And I appreciate Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Priola and their partners, because it is a big ask. And you know, we're not the only county department that's coming to them and asking for money. But in Teal, we are proficient. You know, we're not average. We're above the state proficiency until all of our students can read and write and do math and have science and can be productive and thriving citizens. We cannot afford not to invest in our schools, and that's investing in our people. I'll get off the soapbox. Board vacancy, thank you to all of those who applied. We look forward to hearing from you in April. March is also Arts in Our Schools Month. I was able to attend the All-County High School Chorus performance, the band concert at Southern. I was out of town this weekend and missed the All-County Band concert, but I'm sure that it showcased the student talent that we have that is just phenomenal across the district. Congratulations to many of our athletic teams on ending strong seasons. We've got a lot of state championships. We've got a lot of individual awards that we look forward to recognizing here in this boardroom in months to come. Thank you to the elementary schools that invited board members to read to the students during Read Across America. I was at Hillcrest last week and celebrated with a lot of our community partners as we opened the first telehealth partnership in ABSS, and I'm hoping that's something that we can continue to build at least in all of our elementary schools. You know, the community partnership in that and the work of those in our district, second to none. And to the Chamber for their continued support of the ALA leadership experience. My daughter went through that in the 8th grade. We celebrated those eighth graders last week, and just to sit and have a conversation with an eighth grader, and it's like you're talking to a mini adult. You know, I don't know, and as an eighth grader, if I could have carried on that kind of conversation. Very, very, very impressive. So there's a lot of good stuff going on in our district, and there's a lot of challenges, but never let that overshadow the good stuff to celebrate. So that's all that I have. I believe that Mr. Engel, our vice chair, has a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I make a motion, we enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6 to consider confidential personnel information protected under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 and 115C-321.
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. We will move into closed session at this time. We are back in open session. At this time, I welcome Ms. Yolanda Anderson, our Chief Human Resources Officer, to the podium.
Madam Chair and members of the Board of Education, I ask that you approve the personnel report for the administrative recommendation that was discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0.
Secondly, Madam Chair and Board of Education, I ask that you approve the remainder of the personnel report that was presented in closed session.
Motion to approve as
Thank you,
presented.
Dr. Parker.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there any other business before the board this evening?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you for being with us. Have a